This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another wonderful sunset safari. We are staring into the distance at a little creature that is not an impala. That little antelope that you see there is called a steenbok, and it's the smallest antelope species that we get in this area. It is quite far away from us, but it did not start that way. It was actually much closer to us. My name is Ali, and on camera with me today is Darren, and we are back on Rusty. Look at this. We are very excited to be back on Rusty, although we did not expect this additional bonus. But we'll see how the afternoon goes. Hopefully we won't be breaking any more things, or things won't be breaking by themselves, which is more the case nowadays. If you have any comments or questions about the safari, and hopefully not about Rusty, you can send them using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. You can tag at FC on YouTube, or you can register on the WildEarth website. If you are under 18 years of age, please use the email kidsquestions@wildearth.tv and send your questions through there. Please, let's keep it conversational. We love hearing from you guys, especially if you've got any comments or any questions or any insight. It's always a lot more fun when everybody gets involved. Now, I know this is quite risky because Wendy broke down in the morning in that area, but I think I'm going to make my way towards Treehouse Dam once more and roughly that area, see if we can find any more of the vultures that were fluttering around, because it was a very odd situation. Vultures normally don't congregate like that for no reason. So it could have been that there was a kill somewhere. I don't know if on our side on Djuma or on Little Gowrie, which is a property just south of Djuma. There were reports later that we found out of a lioness in Little Gowrie, so I wonder if she didn't make a kill somewhere and then a bunch of vultures came down, or if the wild dogs maybe were running. But like I said, unless there's just a second pack that nobody saw, the wild dogs were found quite far this morning from there. But they do get mobile early morning, so it could also be. I'm not sure. So let's go and investigate a little bit further, see if we can find any more clues to that puzzle. But we're going to take a swing through Treehouse Dam, see if anyone's there, see if little Mrs. Blacksmith Lapwing is not stressed anymore about that crazy sighting we had. Brooke, you say it was so lovely to start the show with the steenbok. Well, it was definitely different because they don't normally stay around, but I think this year it's the year that I've seen the most steenbok in my life. It's just steenbok and honey badgers. I don't know what it is about this season that we've just seen tons and tons of them, which has been quite nice. So hopefully we'll keep the luck going. We'll see more steenbok and more honey badgers and more spots. There's a lot of wind coming through. This weather has been very crazy. We've got nice pretty clouds. Doesn't seem too bad, but there's a wind coming in. And again, this is not predicted by all the weather apps, so we shall see. This morning was actually very cold. I did not expect it, and I'm very happy that I took an extra jacket this morning. So I was actually wearing 3 sweaters. But let me turn around here and start thinking about what we're going to be doing this afternoon. And let's go and see what the weather is going to be doing. Degrees sounds actually delightful, but I think the real feel is a little bit less than that when we're driving, because the breeze is still a little bit on the cool side, so not complaining. We'll take it. Better than ugly rainy days. And I know some people out there love the rain. I am definitely not one of those people. I grew up in the Caribbean. I need vitamin D all day, every day. I need the sunshine, I need to squint, I need to feel like my skin is burning. Otherwise, I'm not sure how to deal with life. I'm one of those people that gets very down with the rain. I didn't choose it, it's just, I've tried. I've tried the whole thing of dancing in the rain, it just doesn't work for me. I don't like being cold. That's a problem. Alrighty. don't know if that tree fell over recently or if I'm just because I'm trying to drive with one less blanket on, but I'm not sure I'm liking it. Kara, elephants are always great to see, so it would definitely be a bonus if some of them are after you, Lady Kudu. It would definitely be a bonus if we manage to get some ellies coming to the water. I think maybe we even can do that. We can chill the treehouse down for a little bit. We got lucky yesterday when we were we there yesterday? Not yesterday, the day before. Because a big herd of elephants came and drank from there. That was yesterday morning, sorry. I'm just getting confused. There's a lonely female kudu. It's funny because we started the show with the smallest antelope and now we've got the biggest antelope that we get in this area. There are antelope that are bigger than the kudu. We just don't see them around this area. They prefer areas where there's taller grass and areas that are a little bit more arid. And then, of course, I'm talking about things like a roan antelope or a sable or, of course, the eland, which is the biggest one of them all. Where are you going, miss? And it's strange to see them by themselves because they normally live in groups, so it should be with other females in a small group or in a breeding herd. Maybe the rest of them have already crossed the road and this one was... no, the rest of them are coming. That's what's happening. I've got the leader there. Hello, guys. Any leopards in there? I wonder where Simba is, because we haven't seen him for a couple of days, and he was around, so... He's an interesting cat. Don't know who he reminds me of. But the last time we saw him, coincidentally, was when him and Tlalamba were on a kudu kill, a kudu cow, so much bigger than a leopard. It's quite an impressive kill for any leopard of that sort. And it seems like these kudu are a little bit on the mangy side. So you see they've got like patches where there's no hair. That's normally mange. That's done by a mite, or that brings on the mite. Nothing to worry about, really. Like it's a common thing that happens in this area. Normally at the end of the winter, beginning of the summer season, you can see animals are not in great condition. It's been a very stressful time in terms of nutrition and water. There are, of course, less water sources available. There's a lot of like dried grass, so things aren't as palatable as they normally are. But as the season carries on and then they manage to find more things to eat, then they should be getting a lot better. Also, the best way to get rid of mange is just by getting a proper wash down. So sometimes when it rains, it accomplishes that. So that one that you're seeing there, the second one is a young male. I would say probably not even 3 years old, but getting its impressive set of horns that are going to start twisting. So the kudu, the nyala, and the bushbuck are the 3 antelope species that we get in this area that have spiral twisting horns. And I mean, if we see a bigger one, another male, it would be nice because they've got this very stunning spiral twisting horns, very long. But you, my friend, you still have a long way to go. Hopefully you'll make it there because they are quite impressive. Alright, you guys are being clever and hiding in the shade, so we're gonna carry on and look for somebody else and we might be out and about. White mane, they are sable in the Kruger area. Funny enough, in the extremes, there's a small herd that I know that has been seen around Pretoriuskop in that area, south of Skukuza. And then, of course, there are some more that are seen to the north towards Shingwetsi in that area. Funny enough, Mala Mala has been having small breeding herds of sable coming through, and I think a couple of years ago in Koro, so they are around, but they are a rarity around this area. We don't get many of them, and sable and roan are the reason why one of the added reasons why the water management in the Kruger National Park has changed so much in the last couple of years. I mean, having a lot of waterhole in certain areas where it's very dry, like in the northern parts of the Kruger, then has potentially caused more predators to be in certain areas where they normally wouldn't be, which in turn has had an impact on the populations of sable and roan in particular. One of the reasons why you might have seen that the Kruger National Park blew up a bunch of water holes was just to try and manage this water situation and then try to make water available or more or less available for certain animals, trying to make elephants migrate through areas that are a little bit bigger, and so on and so forth. Seems like talking about elephants, there are some tracks of elephants on this road, so maybe they've been going down to Treehouse Dam for a drink already. We'll get there and we'll have a look. Bruce, today could be antelope day. I mean, if we got a sable, that would be pretty epic. I wouldn't say no to that. It's quite a nice antelope to see, and then we basically get a bunch of different subspecies and species of sable, but basically we've got the normal big sable, and then there's a giant sable in Angola, which is highly endangered. Very interesting, slightly bigger, horns are much longer. And I think because of Angola has just come out of a very long civil war, then they've declared additional protection for the giant sable. I don't know if it's the same. No. Yeah, I'm thinking of an eland now. So they were granted additional protection, and I think there's just less than 500 individuals of these species left. It's actually just very few. And then a lot of people actually didn't even want to tell anyone that they were still there because they feared poaching for bushmeat. Because when countries are under civil war, well, all sorts of wildlife becomes the food because people need to survive somehow. So a lot of civil wars or just general wars in Africa have had an impact on wildlife because humans don't find food and they need to eat too to survive. Alrighty, we're almost down at Treehouse Dam. Does not seem like there are any elephants down there. But I do smell a lot of dung.
If I could take you on a safari all day and night, I would. But unfortunately, it's not always the best time to see the animals. Now, in between safaris, you can watch the WildEarth Channel with loads of extra shows. If you have a connected television, Apple TV or Roku box, then download the WildEarth app. And if not, then just find it on the App Store on your phone.
If you love to watch WildEarth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic WildEarth expeditions, join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
I love being a cam up for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Well, I believe this is Silver Eye from the Talamatis, so I wonder if she just got separated from the rest of the group. We thought the rest of them were up at Buffelshoek earlier, but I wonder, seems like something else has happened to your pupil. Huh. Interesting that you are here. I wonder why. I mean, the Talamatis were all pretty much in the in the west recently, and I suspect that she was amongst them. I'm not sure if she was or if she wasn't, but I would imagine that she's just kind of hung around this area, because then Darkmane also popped in here the other day, and then he carried on going north, so I would imagine that she's looking for the rest of them. She is looking on the skinny side, but she also had an injury recently on her back, I believe, that was causing some harm. I think she sustained it while she hunted an impala, and then hyenas came. If it's the same lion that I'm thinking of, like, I would be able to tell better if we managed to see her back. What an impressive lioness, though. Just the size of her paws is quite scary. All right. Just call this in on the radio. Any mobile stations? Can anyone copy me? Huh, maybe there's nobody out on drive yet. One Mafazi and Gala Treehouse Dam.
Copy you 55 girl.
Oh, now this radio. Sorry, guys. One Mafazi and Gala Treehouse Dam.
Thanks. How's the lineup running there?
No lineup. I'm the only one here.
Good, thanks. I'm Junior.
Alrighty, sorry about that. We just have to call sightings in on the radio, because I know everyone's been fairly desperate looking for lions the last couple of days. We've had no lions around, or it's just been a bit of a struggle. So whenever there's a lion around, everybody rejoices, which is a good thing. But yeah, she must be the one that everybody was talking about in the east. There's no, I mean, it wouldn't be any other lion. So although she's looking skinny, I mean, I just want to wait to see when she gets up and moves. Maybe she'll go find another shady spot. But if she's carried on coming north, I suspect that she knows where the rest of the Talamatis are, and I think she knows that she's got to carry on moving to get to them, because they're still not around here. So hopefully she'll be able to meet up with the rest of them. Quite impressive canines. The Twilight Twins, it varies. So lions will try to eat as much as they can on every meal. The max that they can eat when they sometimes gorge themselves is about 25% of their body weight, which for a big male lion can sometimes be, let's say 25 kilograms of meat, maybe. Yeah, run about there. Sorry, my math is not working on my brain today. Oh, you are looking quite funny like that. Do you have something on your lip? She is a bit of a scary looking lion, isn't she? With her eye, but I think it adds character. She's obviously very hot. So, but other than that, I mean, if they only catch something small, or smaller, like an impala, and if it's a bunch of lions, they'll just have a bite. I think potentially an impala or a big ram, which is maybe about, let's say, about 60 kilograms or so on average. It would be quite good for her. It would be a good meal. Of course, those 60 kilograms doesn't mean that she's going to eat 60 kilograms, because there are certain things that they won't eat, like, of course, the bones. Then there's the stomach contents. There are the hooves. What else am I missing? Bones, contents. The horns, thank you. I knew that there was something very obvious that they also didn't eat. It seems like she's a little bit swollen around the nose, so I don't know if maybe she sustained an injury to her nose recently, or if she's just really skinny. quite an old lioness as well. If you look at her ears and her teeth, her ears are quite tattered, I would say. What is bothering you? She seems to also have a lot of bite marks around her neck. So I wonder if she hasn't been mating recently as well, and it's maybe the reason why she's away, or she's been away from the rest of the pride. I don't know when the last time it is that she was seen with someone, but maybe she could have gone all the way down further in the traverse towards Londolozi or Malamala or somewhere around there looking for potential mating partners. I have seen stranger things happen. Yeah, what a surprise. I did not expect to see a lion in the heat of the day drinking. And it's funny, as we always say, animals don't really read the books that we write on them, do they? Jenny G, I wish I could tell you how large the pride territories are in the Sabi Sand, and I've asked this question to Panthera, or just to try and get an idea of just how big they are on average, but unfortunately they have not. They didn't give me the right answer, or they didn't provide me with an answer. They just put me in touch with somebody else who might have had the answer, but then that never got back to me. So I'm not too sure about what their average size is around here. But, I mean, the Talamatis are quite big. Between Buffelshoek and Torchwood and Djuma and the bits of Manialeti, maybe around 7,000 hectares, between 7 and 10,000 hectares. That would be my educated guess if we take also like the fringe areas where they traverse. It's quite a big area. What are you looking at? See, she seems to be facing up, and then even this morning, so when lions see all the vultures like we saw this morning coming down, oh, there's a vulture, that's what you're looking at, flying in the distance. When lions see vultures coming down, they can also scavenge, and they know sometimes that vultures will lead them to kills. Oh, that's not a vulture, that was a batelier. They will lead them to kills, so they tend to keep an eye on them just to make sure where they go. And Darkmane is actually a lion that I've seen use that in his favor quite a couple of times. They just know that certain animals will lead them to certain things. So it's not true that lions don't scavenge and that they make their own kills, and it's also the same way that it's not true that hyenas don't hunt. Each one is capable of doing so, but it's just a matter of circumstance and opportunity. In areas where you have a lot of hyenas, and hyenas make most of their kills, you'll often see that male lions will scavenge and chase hyenas off kills. And in areas where you have a lot of lions, then you'll find that the hyenas just try to come and mob the lions and take their kills from them. Same way with leopards. Doesn't seem like she's too settled, so maybe she'll move. Fingers crossed. I am so happy to see a lion, though. We've been looking for them for days. And I know we saw a Darkmane, I think it was yesterday morning, but that just felt like a very long time. We've been looking for lions for many days, and we've had certain sightings here and there. So yay.
The reason I decided to buy a ticket to Dream is I really want to experience what you guys experience, see what Lauren sees what BK sees.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part about WildEarth is probably the escape. Just to spend the time pretending you're in the wild and being on those vehicles just removes you from reality for a little while.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
My favorite part about today has to be to meet Maurice. To see him, obviously, oh, amazing! But to meet Maurice was amazing. Yawning and just pretending not to see the Ellie, it's beaten my expectations by a mile.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I mean, she's coming there, so I'm gonna stop here, see which way she goes. But these vultures and these birds, they've kept me on my toes today. Last station, go again. She's gonna come on from behind the tree. That's basically the road we just came on. Leaders say, when it comes to hunting, sometimes it might be more difficult, or for general protection for a lioness to be by herself. So there's always extra risk when you've got to look after yourself and you don't have other pride members to look after you, but they're still one of the most, well, the apex predator in this area. Oh, okay. I stalled and started the car. So her chances are better off if she finds the rest of the pride, but sometimes if lionesses get injured, or well, just lions in general, if they get injured, they might not keep up with the rest of the pride, just because they're slowed down by their injuries. What you're looking at there, this is odd. It's quite unusual for her, A, to be walking at this time of the day. 2, she's walking, see the tail, she's thinking, she's listening, she stops, she carries on. She doesn't have a limp as I thought. She just seems fine, actually. Just maybe a bit on the skinnier side of things, like she could use a meal, but not skinny that, you know, she might die tomorrow because she hasn't eaten in 2 years. I mean, that's an exaggeration. Of course, they cannot go 2 years without eating. But, friend, isn't the things landing? Off-roading it is. Darren, if you see a hole, Darren nearly fell off the car today when we when we landed in that hole. Turn, camera tumble turn. Yeah, why not? I would like not to repeat it though. You see, she's walking and listening. I don't know if I just heard a lion. I don't think there was a lion there. I think that was me imagining things, but it kind of sounded like maybe distant contact calling. You should carry on, lion. It's funny, the lion tail doesn't flick like the one of the leopard. It just kind of stays still in an odd position. She's thinking about what she wants to do. Maybe she can smell the buffalo that were here. Well, I'm sure she can, but if we can smell them, she's known that they were around here for ages already. And the nut spot where you've stopped, girl. Yeah, I also heard something crashing there, girl. That almost like screeching sound, those are mongoose. But I don't think that's what made her change her position. Almost sounded like maybe there was an antelope of sorts around here. Mike, I've just got one Salamati Mafazi on the junction tax road with Treehouse Dam.
They'll be coming and join as I said. Thank you very much.
Copy. Mike, just chat to Elias. I know he was also interested, but I don't know how far he is. So if he's still far, then he can take standby one.
Okay, thanks.
Where am I?
Yeah, good afternoon, all session. I got an update. Yeah, Mike, if you don't mind, make your way straight in. Yeah, myself, maybe I'm gonna grab the distance by. Okay, copy, thanks.
Elias for Ali. Elias for Ali. Elias, come in.
Ali, when I stopped mobile today,
Okay, copy. Are you responding to the Sangala sighting?
Yeah, I'm making my way this side, checking here in the window. Water flags, yeah, but I'm making my way this side to come and see me.
Okay, copy. You can take standby 1. Fan. You can make your way in.
Yes,
Fan, do you copy? Fanuati, come in.
Yeah, go ahead, Ali.
Fan, cheetah planes is still quite far away, so make your way in as a 3rd.
Okay, thanks. I really appreciate making my way straight in. Very close to Fremont State.
Copy, just come on Taxons Road. Sorry, there's a lot of radio things that need to be looked after, and of course we try to help each other out, because somebody might need help today, we might need help tomorrow, but I think it's done for the time being, which we're happy about. She's still gazing into the sky, and I think those two, that battalier and I don't know if it was a vulture or second battalier that went in, she obviously felt like they were of interest. There was something going in that direction, so she keeps gazing up into the sky, maybe perhaps looking for something else that's coming. I think she's actually trying to find something by sight rather than any other sense at the moment, and just experience. I mean, she will know, actually looking at your belly also, like this, talking about experience, she's not looking too skinny, she's actually looking fine. She's eaten recently. But I wonder, are you gonna lie down now? She is moving a little bit strangely, like she's got some sort of issue on her back left leg. With Hewitt's class, it's a lie that male lions don't hunt. They are perfectly capable of hunting themselves, and the females can also hunt. Oh, sorry, there's just another vulture or battalier there. I just wanna, we'll just keep an eye out on it to see where it lands. I'm sure she's looking at it. So yes, as I was saying, male and female lions are more than capable of hunting by themselves, and as a matter of fact, sometimes, especially when they're hunting big game such as buffalo, the presence of a male will actually, and the strength of a male intervening in the hunt will be what will potentially make the difference, or the successful difference, in killing that animal and then eating it. But what sometimes happens is that the females are normally the ones that have a bit more motivation to get up and going, let's put it that way. And if they make a kill and the male hasn't really participated in the hunt, because they are bigger, sometimes they tend to just move off the females or push the females of the kill, and they just pretty much capitalize on it. And if it's something small, well then, you know, they'll eat it, and then the females will kind of have to start over. So they can be lazy in a sense, or opportunistic is another optimistic way of looking at it, but they can hunt themselves. They don't need the females to hunt for them. She is definitely interested in whatever is flying about. I was also this morning, I promise you, I was like you, I was following the vultures, but I got nowhere. I don't know what they were eating. But whoever it is that it was flying, it just went somewhere else. I mean, please just carry on. Show us what the vultures were looking at. Trying to catch the flies. Elsa, female lions can also roar. As a matter of fact, when the prides are together and maybe if the male starts calling the females, will all of them join in and roar, because they're also territorial. They don't like other prides of females in their area. So it's they don't roar as loudly as the male, perhaps, because they're not as big as the males, and so their lungs and their diaphragm and their vocal cords are not as big as the ones of the males, but it's still a pretty impressive roar. I mean, we just get picky, but you wouldn't sometimes even be able to tell the difference between the roar of a male or a female. Yes, that's where the vultures were landing. Go, take us there. I want to see what's there. I do love when cats like look up like that. They almost look so endearing, like so innocent.
Hi, my name is Leslie and I live in Ashton in a little town in the Boerland in the Western Cape. Why I started to watch WildEarth is because I actually grew up in Zimbabwe and born and bred there, and I absolutely love that type of country. It just brings me back to my grassroots. My favorite thing about WildEarth is, of course, the animals. We don't get the big five down here, or many of the little five. And I would love to take my little grandson up, who will be 9 next year, perhaps with me on this experience. I'm hoping to steer him into a huge love of wildlife and perhaps even some sort of career in it. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm so looking forward to it.
WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. When on safari, there's nothing better than an evening spent under the stars chatting around a fire, with the sounds of the wild all around you. If you sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer, you can build your own memories by joining our guides for regular fireside chats. Subscription payments can be made by PayPal, credit card, and now bank transfer. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, here it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Good afternoon and welcome to Bushwalk, your very own live walking safari. We are live at Eco Training Pridelands and we are just about to start our walk from Leopard Dam. What we'll be doing is a few little clover loops and go and see what we can go and find as we walk off. In the meanwhile, we've been doing a little bit of birding. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got Craig. And the birds that we have found so far, it's just our resident pair of Egyptian geese. and then also a number of smaller plovers that were skirting the edge of the water body. And in the distance, we've also got some hadidas, but this just unfortunately disappeared around the corner. I was really hoping that the African broadbull, African spoonbill was going to stay over here, but unfortunately he's now moved off. Well, let's see and watch what else comes in, and then from there on we're going to start our walk. Well, as we're about to move off, let's go and see what Ali is up to.
Well, I must say I'm having a good chuckle because both Tristan and Steve are here on an expedition and they're talking about all of the things that we've covered in the last while. So we've got the two guys here, we've got Tristan there, and then Steve on the other car. I can tell you they're doing a fine job. Alrighty, girl, your time to shine. So they've got to make sure that they take a bath to look good again and to keep everything that is useful in their survival, like their wings, in tip-top condition. I actually find her quite cool with her silver eye, because it's not like she's still, I wonder if she still has a little bit of vision in there, because you can still see the pupils. Sometimes when they go properly with cataracts or when they're really, really blind, it's just full on dark, whereas hers looks a little bit bluish still, like she hasn't completely lost all of her vision. It almost seems like maybe there's a little bit of hope in there still. Come, girl. Dona Yaviet, you say that she's in good condition for her age. Well, you can see a little bit like her teeth are starting to wear down a little bit. Her coat is not looking the greatest. Her ears a little bit tattered, but it's all part of growing older, I suppose. She still looks quite good. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know if she was with the rest of the Talamatis when they made that buffalo kill. She's roughly come from that area, so it's possible. She seems to have some bite marks. Maybe she has been mating recently as well, and it's the reason why she split up from the rest of the pride. Or maybe she just didn't feel like going with the rest of them. Although the last option is a bit on the unusual side, because they tend to be together. So the last time I saw her, she actually had quite a big injury on her back, as I was saying, that got caused by hyenas, but it seems like it's healed quite nicely, where you can't really see an open wound or anything. And she's looking, I mean, like a little bit like there's a bit of skin sagging, but I think that's just something that comes to age with to all the animal species, lions being no exception. But she's looking good. I think she'll still be around for a while, but she'll definitely do a little bit better if she manages to bump or find the rest of the pride.
So maybe the pride has gone this way. It would surprise me though, because yesterday evening, you know that there was buffalo. Anything else you want to do in your life? You know there was another buffalo crossed over here. So those two herds, one more anything should be enough of a motivator to bring the Kalamati down.
Seems like Lauren is out and about, so let's head to her and find out where she's going.
Good afternoon, everyone. Owen just suggested we stop at Gowrie Dam. I absolutely refused. I sat on a dam cam this morning, but today we are out and about, and I do have someone to introduce to you. But first of all, my name is Lauren. I do have OD on camera, and allow me to introduce you to Jigga. Many of you will know Jigga. Some of you will not know Jigga. This is her. And she's a little bit rusty, and my feet do not touch the pedals. The seat does not go forward. We don't have a monitor, so there is going to be, or rather are a lot of challenges, but we'll get there. We shall work it for you. But this is Jigga, ladies and gentlemen. We have pulled some strings and we got Jigga back in action. But we have found some zebra. I refuse to be near Gowrie Dam right now. We shall pop in a little bit later. I don't know my plans, Ali. I don't know. I would like to see Mrs. Wig, and I really would like to pop in a hyena den later. Maybe I'll go to Chitwa. I think Chitwa's a great place to spend some time. I'm really not sure. I don't know which lioness Ali has. I believe it's possibly Blue Eye or Purple Eye. I'm not sure if it's Talamatis or Ngohumas, but what a great start from that side. I'm sure the lioness would definitely have her sights set on these zebra. You stay safe, guys. Do you know which pride the lioness is from, Mel? Oh, look at that. Is that a stumpy tail, OD? At 3 o'clock. A lot of these animals have stumpy tails out here. Oh, Talamati, so it must be pretty Miss Blue Eye. Interesting. I wonder if she will make her way to join the pride. Let's hope, let's hope. But I would really like to see Mrs. Wig, because with each day that ticks by, I know it sounds silly, but we're going to make more and more progress. And we are going to come one day and find this chick completely unattended. There is obviously an egg there that hasn't hatched yet. And I just think it's really good to keep an eye on her. But we might leave it until a little bit later. I wasn't out this morning, and I always find that a little bit challenging. I love the sunrise safari. I love just waking up and putting the pieces together, even if it doesn't go your way, even if you don't find what you're looking for. I love the journey to get to that point. So sometimes when you come out in the afternoon, you think, okay, don't really know what happened. So you've got to start exploring. And that's exactly what I shall do. It's nice to have zebra around. We don't always have them around here. Okay. We're going to sit and admire these zebra just a little while longer.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. We know how important it is for young people to have a connection to nature through our live safaris. They are the future protectors of the planet. Over the years, we have been joined on safari by schools from all over the world.
Seeing those students connecting with somebody lifetime in Africa, what else could you ask for? It's just an incredible experience for everyone.
Believe it or not, but that is the dropping of a giraffe. Do you believe that?
Students, about probably 3,000 from New South Wales have just enjoyed this live streaming.
And we learned that some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right?
We're able to experience what it was like in South Africa and to see a whole lot of different creatures.
Has it just pretended to be dead? Oh, that was amazing. I can't. How do I handle this? That is hands down the coolest.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Well, she is now looking in a different direction, and she's looking into where we had the vultures this morning. I'm debating. I want to kind of carry on staying with her in case she moves, because if she moves and there's nobody with her, we're going to miss her, and because she's not flat on the side, there's a good chance of that happening. But I also want to go exploring, seeing what it is that she's been looking at that's got her so interested. So I think it's going to be one of those afternoons where we're just going to have to be patient and then just go at her rhythm. Hopefully she'll lead us somewhere interesting. That would be nice. Because, I mean, she was looking in the direction where we first found the buffalo herd this morning. So, I don't know. And there was apparently a leopard that crossed somewhere, so it could be that there was something there, could be that there's nothing. Could be that the vultures were just down there, They just found another place close to twin dams where to rest. There are a bunch of possibilities, but the fact that she's got her head up like that just indicates that she also thinks that there might be something.
But she's definitely older. When you look at just everything about her, her teeth are yellow, her ears are a little tatty. You can see she's a bit gaunt, so she's an older one.
There's still one older than her, right?
No, aren't they? Isn't she
I'm
got
trying
one
to-
that's a sister?
I don't
Or
know.
same age, something like that?
Come on, girl.
Because there's the two that are older.
Off you go.
Yeah.
I don't know
Then
if
the other
she's
one.
older or she's the same age, but they look very similar in terms of their overall, like,
White mane, yeah, it's an old age, but doesn't, I mean, there will still, I would imagine the biological impulse will still be there. The difference being that she might not be able to conceive at an advanced age. I don't think she's out here because she's looking for mating partners or anything. And she seems to be walking fine, so there's no reason for her to have lagged behind the main herd. So perhaps she's on a secret mission that she hasn't told us yet. She must have been with the rest of them because she's come from that general area. I mean, 2 days, 3, 4, days are blurring into my mind, but maybe 3-4 days ago they were all together And now we don't know how many are together and how many aren't, because we couldn't find them this morning. It was very difficult. And it seems like they've been in different areas, so perhaps they've split again, which is something that the Talamatis have been doing. And then maybe she's just like trying to look for them and be like, guys, where did everyone go? She's still looking in there. I haven't seen anything else land, but perhaps she can see something that we cannot.
And different colour. They just see from far and they're like, oh, it's that one. Prime example was the other day, we saw SA, guy from he was like, oh, it's the voter now. It was clearly not. But it was just like, so we would get the report on it if we weren't there. Yeah. So it's hard to keep when they stay on Djuma, it's why Djuma Private do so well.
Even the vultures that we get around this area, they do not migrate. Most animals migrate when they don't have certain or great breeding grounds or food availability. The vultures here, because they feed on pretty much rotten meat, or, well, not rotten meat, but meat and carcasses and so on. There's plenty of that throughout the year, so they don't really have to migrate. What does happen sometimes is that at a kill you will see vultures that come from very different areas. As we were discussing this morning, they have some really spectacular eyesight, and then what sometimes happen is, just imagine the sky as a big net, and then when one vulture gets pulled down because it's seen something of interest, then one that is maybe 20 kilometers away will see it go down, and then it will follow that direction, and then one that sees that vulture 20 kilometers away from the first one, and might be another 30 kilometers away, and then they come down. And sometimes at kills, there have been reports of vultures coming from over 200 kilometers away from when the kill was actually made. And we are able to keep track through that through, of course, some tagging. So if we see they have these bright yellow tags on their wings that give them a certain letter and a certain number, I believe, and then that way we can identify particular individuals for research purposes and know where they've come from and where they have been hanging out. But they do not need to migrate. They'll just flutter from one place to the other. But this morning, so often if you see vultures like on a tree on a very cloudy morning, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's something dead around there. Sometimes they are just the thermals, which are the hot currents of air, haven't formed yet. And then it's a lot of energy expenditure for them to go all the way up into the sky, flapping their wings. So they kind of wait for the thermals to happen. But what happened this morning, why everything was so unusual, is that we had a bunch of different species of vultures there. Like I said, we had the lapid face, we had hooded, we had a batelier, we had marabou stork. So those are all animals that are known to come to kills, and then they all learn to kind of recognize one another. So they'll be like, oh, if these guys are here, there might be something, and they attract different species altogether. So also judging by the amount of vultures that there were, I thought maybe it was something a little bit bigger that had been killed somewhere in the block. But I mean, I feel like we drove that block pretty flat this morning before it flattened us. And we couldn't see anything there. Ms. Hewitt's class, lions will hunt as often as they can, or as often as they're hungry. So if they have a big kill, let's say she catches something big like a kudu or an impala, then she might not have to hunt for the rest of the day, or maybe for the next couple of days. And then once she's done with that, then she'll carry on and start looking for something else. Unless, of course, there's a very good opportunity that presents itself while she's on another kill, then she might take her chances. But in general, if they've caught something big that they can feed off of for a couple of days, they don't go hunting every day. So it's sometimes why when we find prides of buffalo on a kill, you know that the lions are going to be in that same spot for a couple of days until they finish all of that meat. And then once they're done with that, they might spend maybe 1 or 2 days kind of lazing about. They don't really that hungry. They don't really have to eat with, so much urgency because they're still very full from what they've eaten. But then they'll start hunting and actively looking to create hunting opportunities and stocking other creatures so that the process can start again from scratch, basically.
So Tandy in every little bark of lumber.
No, I mean, sorry, Kachaba's kind of did it not start off with two?
I think, well, I heard a report of two, but I've only ever seen photographs. So we had the two, she lost both.
What you looking at down there?
Which is
it's keeping us on our toes, looking in every single direction.
Like when I rattled off that noise the other day, it's a lot of poor females to find negotiate and you think that they wouldn't kill, you know? But you know when they December, Shasha, Brooms, I feel they all like it's a lottery for these females. And you always find it when what a young male are, and it's not really.
Are you gonna go back to Treehouse Dam?
She gets pressure from the young man too, so she moves the so then the nest is over the lions get there's something happens on the way. So it's a bit of a gamble that they play. But yeah, lions also
Recently, WildEarth viewers around the world experienced the birth of a brand new hippo.
Oh, look at the way it's walking. Oh, guys, this is so precious.
This tiny calf has started its life in a large lake next to an award-winning game lodge called Chitwa Chitwa. If you sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer before the 1st of December 2021, you and a friend stand a chance to win a 3-night stay at this award-winning luxury lodge. Along with unwinding on the deck and relaxing in the pool, you may even catch a glimpse of this brand new hippo whilst on one of their unforgettable safaris. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hello, boy. You are a monster. And he's coming right up to us. Hello, boy. Oh, settle down. Settle down. He is very, very close. He's pushing his trunk against the car. You can feel the car moving. Hey, 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 hey. Stop that.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Well, she is retracing her steps and then going back towards Treehouse Dam. So I don't know if she's going to go, because there have been other vultures that have been dropping in the same where we were in. So at this stage, I'm not going to pretend that I know what's actually happening, because all of the animals are being quite mysterious today. She's just coming here, so I want to wait for her to move, and then I'll turn around and hopefully not drive in reverse all the way down to the dam. Yeah, and you can see the old scar just above her tail, but it seems that it's healed nicely now. Okay, let me just turn around. gonna let the guys go ahead because we've had a really good view of her. So I'm pretty sure we've got to be fair to other people. Seems like Lauren is enjoying the company of the big creatures too, so let's head over to her.
We've just had the most epic walk by of a herd of elephants, and believe it or not, it is at the exact same spot I always find elephants sleeping, on the embankment of the Mowati, very close to Mrs. Wigg's house. There's something about the spot, this jackalberry, everything that the Ellies just love. I don't know what it is, but I have had so many sightings of Ellies in this exact spot. They just love it. Maybe it's the vegetation. They love digging for water in the Mowati because, of course, there is water. Don't ever think there's not. There's a river system. Water flows underground. And Ellies love digging for that. It's the freshest of the fresh. This is so lovely. Beautiful mama. Dee, you're right. The elephants are really showing off. We're having the loveliest of sightings with the Ellies. One of the cars has just gone in the Mowati. I have a funny feeling they are going to visit Mrs. Wigg. Oh, and I wonder if we go forward into that shade. Goodness, if we could get a view of them. I think they are leaving though. I mean, maybe stuck in a traffic jam now. Mrs. Wigg is popular. Mrs. Wigg is popular. Okay, we figure out how to get out of here. My driving skills have taken a bit of a hit with Wendy, but we'll get there. We should go and check out Twin Dams for sure, because Mrs. Wigg is occupied. All the guys at Djuma, Rickson, Fenoti, Aubrey, they've had to learn fast who Mrs. Wigg is because she's at the top.
Well, she's back where it all started. She's gone completely the opposite way. And we're not going to move too much because she's just going to walk in front of the vehicle. And she might be going back to where she came from. She's going back onto the road. I mean, eventually, not just yet. So let's just reverse. Let's see if we can follow her. I'm sure we will, as soon as the gear goes in. love it when we find lions. Look at you making us tell stories about how you had lost the rest of the... You just went off wandering.
Yeah, please, somebody.
Oh, funny, funny, funny lions. Well, I can tell you they were not here this morning because I drove this road this morning. There were definitely not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lions here. Perhaps there's even a 7th lying down there somewhere. All the stories that we were making up. Now it makes more sense. Because as I was saying earlier, it didn't make sense that she would have split with the rest of them because I thought she was together with them. But, and I wonder why then she went, maybe she just got thirsty and then she went down for a drink and then that was pretty much it. She saw a vulture, thought about following it, did so for a little while and then she was like, oh no, they're just too far away. Looking good, lions, looking good. Where did you guys come from, though? Nobody saw you guys this morning. Goodness. Rory, it is a lion affair and we love it. And Darren, can you see the one down the road? The bend of the road. The one that these guys nearly drove on top of. There's another one there, so there are 7 lions here. I don't know if that is an adult male.
Hello, you coming?
I don't know if it's one of the sub-adults. So we've got 7 here, which makes a bit more sense because we've had 7 of them associating and then 7, 5... It's kind of been like the breakage of all of them. But where were they this morning? I'm not complaining. Very happy that they're here.
Okay, no problem. You can take standby number 2 because I know Sabelo, this one has a standby. Yeah, friend, I can give Louis number 1.
Mary, the reason why they're so out and about these days, it's because of the weather. We've had like weather that's been conducive to good success rate for them hunting. It's been very windy, so that makes them camouflage their scent and the noises that they make when they're walking a lot better. Their prey species cannot hear them as well, so that enhances their chances of success. And then, as we were saying earlier today, it's 28 degrees, but the breeze is quite cool, so it's actually not too hot, which would have made it possible for them to walk as much as they did. But no idea as to where they have been, because this morning there were no signs of lions or nobody called the lions in the west. We know they couldn't have come from the north because we would have seen the tracks at some stage. So, you know, it's the Djuma lions. They grow wings and then they pop out in different places. I suspect though that they came from the western side somewhere. Not sure where, but maybe from Hoffman's vessels, somewhere around those properties. It seems like the one that's sleeping in the distance, it's put its head up and it looks like one of the sub-adult males. Chase, you say you've never seen a lion slumber party before. Well, welcome. This is how lions like to sleep. Funny enough, such big cats, even when it's really hot, you'll find them sleeping in close proximity to one another if they're in a big pride like this one. I think for now it's not too complicated for them because even though they're not all of their bodies in the shade, it's a nice temperature. But a pile of lions is what we like to call it when they sleep like this. They really don't care, do they? I can't believe it's amazing like how we found that lioness at Treehouse Dam and we're like, oh, she's by herself, because she has been seen by herself a lot before, and we're like, oh, it's fine, there are no more lions, and then all of a sudden, boom, come around the corner, there's 7 more lions, 6 more lions actually, 7 with her. Hello. Oh, you guys are looking so pretty. Terry, you're saying that the way that they expose their torsos tells you that they fear nothing. Quite literally. I mean, they're not really, and I've always said it would be quite an experience to be able to sit down in the middle of a road and then just sleep, knowing that very likely there's nothing that's going to catch you by surprise and nothing that will really harm you. As a human, I'd be terrified to do it. I wouldn't dare sleeping in any of those roads in the middle of the day. But they've got their senses that are much more acute than ours and are able to keep them alive wherever they are. But as you can see, they're not too stressed. They're actually pretty happy with life. And the only thing that might disturb them if it comes around here, it's perhaps us humans, if somebody were doing a walk, although at this time of the day, people don't normally do walks. Somebody drove too close to them. If we were to drive right there where they are, because you see the road is right on the right-hand side of the screen, then they would likely get up and they wouldn't like that, but we're not going to do that because we're not going to disturb them. And other than that, the only thing would be maybe if a big kind of like rhino came around, they might tilt their heads up. Ellies would probably chase them if it's a breeding herd. Maybe a bull will try to, but other than humans and other lions, they don't really have to worry about too many other things.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Guys, just watch what's happening. See, watch the elephant, watch the lions. See, the first ones to run are the cubs.
Can you see them? They are right here.
I'm not sure how scared you were, but I was quite nervous. But absolutely incredible.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. I have been living for the past decades here in the Sabi Sands, and that has allowed me an intimate connection with this place and a better understanding of how it works. For me, the questions that make me think and lead to answers that all of us learn from is what really drives me. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Jigga has safely made it to Chitwa Dam. Just want to sort of get into that Eastern Channel, figure out what happened this morning, and see if anything is around, since there was a traffic jam at Missy's Wake. I think it was the explorers. They wanted to see Missy's Wake, of course we wouldn't. So we're just going to sit next to Chitwa Dam and enjoy the hippos for a moment. Because I mean, really, how couldn't you? Hippos can be so thoroughly enjoying at times. Also not so much at times. But Chitwa Dam's my favorite. You all know that. There's really always something to look at. I guess that's the case with any dam, any water body on a hot day. It is a little bit windy, but you can always just hear the wonderful sounds. The weavers, the geese, the fish eagles.
Ali's one of the stations, so I think Ali's either 3 or 2. Okay, confirm. Ali here did take a swim back. Yeah, it's good. There is Ali, Michael, 3.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what is going on in the reserve. Our Eastern Channel was sounding beautiful there, I must say. You can hear all the buffalo weavers. I wonder when the real weavers will come back. The spectacle weavers, the village weavers, the southern masked, the lesser masked. It's a really joyous time when the weavers come around. They're so busy, they're always so busy. The males have got a short time and they've got to make sure they do it right. Make the nests and press the ladies. Mate with as many as you can. Make sure your nest is good enough to keep those eggs protected. Let you enjoy those scenes. I'll try and hide my mic from the wind so that you can thoroughly enjoy Chitwa Dam. Okay. When you're asking about the nest in the tree, the buffalo weaver nest, they have been there for as long as I have been there. It's quite an iconic tree. It's on a sort of little island that looks different shapes and different appearances during the different seasons. Sometimes it actually looks like a fish, sometimes it looks like a love heart. You get where I'm going. But it's quite an iconic tree, and as long as I have sort of been here working for WildEarth, those nests have been here. Buffalo weavers tend to make really, really large nests and really messy. But because they're so
compacted together, if you like, with messy sticks, they normally tend to last a really long time. And naturally, they constantly maintain them, the red-billed buffalo weavers at least, but they just reuse those nests time and time again. And it's sort of it's a bulky mass. You're looking at a bulky mass, but really is interlaced tightly with twigs, especially thorny twigs. So it may look messy, but actually, in terms of its structural integrity, it's quite robust. And it's built by the males. And it's divided up into sort of different lodges. So even though it looks really messy, I know that inside it's actually not. And normally there's nest chambers inside with different entrances. So they're communal and lots of individuals can come in through different entrances. And little different chambers inside where the birds can sit. And they're just continually adding to it. So naturally through wind and storms and just general weathering, the nest will lose its structure a little bit. But they'll just continually add material to it, and that's why it does look so messy. And believe it or not, this is a relatively new fact to me, but the number of sticks added to the nest by the male is related to the number of female it's in his harem. It's harem structure, just like hippos, just like zebras. Oh, I believe I can't see anything. I don't have a monitor, but you can see a male who is doing some maintenance, I believe. But it's a lot more complicated and intricate than you would think on the inside, and the females sort of the males add to the nest, the sticks and the twigs and the thorns, but the females do a lot of maintenance on the inside. And those chambers on the inside will be lined very delicately with grass and feathers and leaves. So on the inside it'll be nice and padded and cozy, shall we say. I think it's fascinating. It just looks like, to me, a big mess of sticks, but it's actually not. And if you were to break this nest apart, which we would never do, you would find it's all lined inside, anywhere between 1 to 6 chambers. See, lots of people are trying to get a hold of me. There must be a sighting nearby. As to what it may be, I have no idea. Okay, I'm hopefully going to get on that radio soon, figure out what the sighting is, and we'll stay around Chitwa a little bit longer.
The WildEarth Channel now runs for 24 hours a day and is filled with exciting wildlife experiences for the whole family. In addition to our twice-daily live safaris from Africa, our Escape to Nature series features exceptional wildlife footage throughout the day, and here you can immerse yourself in the sights and sounds of nature. And finally, a brand new penguin experience where you can follow the lives of a group of African penguins daily and in real time. If you want to join in on these experiences, then head over to wildearth.tv/channel to see where you can watch. Escape to nature with WildEarth. Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
We have a baby pangolin, a baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
It's so lovely. It's one of my favorite dams to sit by. I am going to get on the radio, everyone, figure out what is going on. Dylan, come in for Lauren.
Lauren, can you copy me?
I do now. Sorry, I'm live. I haven't listened. What you got going on in Chitwa?
Nothing on Chitwa. It looks like Protest Ban has crossed into Hoffman from your side, though.
Copy. Okay, I think let's go for a little bumble. No one seems to be working Chitwa, so at least we can. There's never a dull moment on Chitwa property, let me tell you. Oh. Chick's not starting, bear with me. There we go. It's always worth just scratching around. This is a drainage of all drainages. And we've had a lot of really cool sightings lately. So I'm just going to sort of hang out of the vehicle a little bit just in case you see any spots or mottled pattern or even some tawny bodies. You never know. Gorgeous pan down there. And we had Shasha for you yesterday, because sadly the Ellies came and chased him away. I'm just going to check around Chitwa a little bit, and I have no idea what we'll get up to next.
Just want to hear the radio for a second. Of a male leopard maybe crossing onto our area, from the Western Traverse.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We're walking through an area which has recently been burnt, and we were discussing burns a little bit earlier on the show this afternoon. Now, these burns are often very important for us to remove old plant material to prevent that we've got incredibly warm or hot fires that might destroy all the vegetation. And these fires are generally executed on days where it's cool, overcast, low wind speed, and very high humidity. And already after a few days we can start seeing how the first green shoots are actually coming back. We fortunately had a little bit of rain as well, which has just triggered the growth of these grasses. And what we'll most likely find within the next few weeks as these grasses start sprouting is more and more herbivores coming to graze in this area. I really hope that we're going to see some wildebeest as well as impalas that's coming into the area, and hopefully our buffalo will also return. One of the things that we also find with fires is that they're also quite often important in triggering certain seed species and actually germinating, as many plants have evolved strategies where they've actually become dependent on smoke. We also see that a lot of the seeds actually get destroyed by fire. However, certain species of ants, like harvester ants, that take large amounts of seeds underground and then only eat the outer layer of that seed, actually creates a perfect seed bank. And when those seeds are discarded after they've ate the outer layer, those will often then start regrowing. We also see termites perform a very similar function by taking seeds back to a termite mound and then eating away that outer layer. And quite often with termite mounds, they're also incredibly nutrient rich, which also assist with the spur of the growth of those plants. If you were wondering what is the other reasons why we also will create fires at times, we also often do it specifically for reducing tick loads and parasite loads in areas where there might be a large outbreak of ticks especially. We then also will do it specifically to also sometimes get rid of naturally occurring weed plants or alien invasive plant species which might come into that area. And under those conditions, we generally employ a hot fire. In some cases, they will deliberately create burns to stimulate out-of-season growth of grasses. However, that's not a great conservation strategy, as that area will often be overgrazed and trampled by a number of animals that will come and graze there. And then you tend to see that the soil actually gets blown away and doesn't get anchored by the roots of grasses and plants that used to be there. Good afternoon, Donna Viet, and welcome to the show. Yes, I have followed them for several kilometers in the past, but I've never executed a full follow-up to go and see if I can actually get that honey, the beehive itself. One day I had one that was actually following us on a walk in the Makoleki area, which is in the northern parts of the Kruger National Park, where Eco Training also has a camp. There I've seen the behavior a few times, and then one of the places where I often go and trail run very close by to here, which is the Bladder River Canyon, I've also had a greater honey guide that has followed me on my run and tried to distract me to come and follow him. It also is interesting, it seems that certain individual birds have lost the ability to do that, while in certain areas that behavior is more prominent. Oh, we're going to move off and go and see what else we can go and find. Let's go and see what Ali is up to.
We've decided to because they're all pretty sleepy. Hang on, gotta rearrange. Just gotta rearrange some things. Let's just look at the impala here. Oh. Doesn't seem like the lions came from this road, so I suspect they walked in through the block. And I'm slightly more convinced that perhaps the older female or silver eye was left by herself, and then they made a kill early morning that was finished, and that's why there were so many vultures around the area. I don't know where the kill was or what it was, because I mean we went looking for it this morning and we just couldn't find anything. So the chances are that by the time the vultures were congregating, it was pretty much finished anyway. Connie, yes, those are the Talamati females. They are the ones that I have been associating with dark mane. So, it's not all of them. Some of them are still missing, but they have been splitting up and not spending all of their time together. Maybe because they're reaching the state of being too big of a pride, and then they need to hunt more often and bigger things, which is always quite risky to then be able to make sure that everyone's kept fed.
Camera head is locked.
Oh, it seems like Darren's camera head is locked, so he's just busy trying to maneuver around it. Righty, well, I don't want to spend too much time looking at the impala because there are other things we want to go and look for while we've still got some light. So we're going to carry on moving just to see if we can find out what it is that the lionesses were looking at earlier on, or what that one lioness, because we saw a couple of birds fly down, and then there are reports for a male leopard that's maybe coming into our area. So I would like to go over there and check. Alright, let's head over to that male leopard, see if we can find him.
That's my boy.
It couldn't be a better morning. This is just too special.
Wow, what a way to start off.
colors and it attracts the insect to the flower, which is exactly what we're watching right now. This is so exciting. Oh, there's two.
Hello, Mama. It's all good. Hi. Hi.
The smallest baby black-backed jackal I have seen in the wild. Look how full the belly is.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin. They just make me feel alive.
That is incredibly sweet. Grooming each other.
Play is vital. This is how they learn. This is how they would tackle prey.
There you go, there you go. There you go, there you go.
Heart is pumping right now.
Look at this, everybody. We've got a live kill. There's nowhere to go.
It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here. It just keeps on delivering.
Live.
There she goes. Going for the youngster. She got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Look at that.
It is insanely good footage.
I'm off with one female ingwe on Paxton's Road, moving slowly south.
Oh. Copy. Is she heading towards Treehouse Dam?
Yeah, we're still right at the top here, Ellie. I don't know if you want to come up here and help me. I think it's like another possible.
Okay, copy. I'm making my way there.
Yeah, come straight on Paxton's Road.
Okay, copy. I'm on Shibamo Gari Main, but I'll make my way. Alright, sorry everyone, a bit of Ferrari safari. There are a lot of things happening. So, tortoise pan male leopard was apparently coming from the traverse, and then he came onto Djuma, and then Impala started alarming, and then he went back in. So that's the one that we were looking afterwards. But now there's somebody else on Djuma that's bumped a female leopard close to Treehouse Dam, which is the dam where we first had the lioness drinking. So we're gonna go to Treehouse Dam rather, because that's more in the middle of Djuma rather than risking it with tortoise pan, who may or may not come. So I still have visual of her. I'm really hoping that she won't go into an area that's a little too complicated. So I'm kind of going at a pace, just to make sure that we don't lose the opportunity to catch up with one of the leopards. As the lions are going to be pretty static there for the next little while, so I'm not too worried about them going places just yet. Whee! All the kitties are off to play today. I've just got to remember where in which one of these bends there's one of the young male lions that's sleeping right next to the road. So I don't want to drive too close to it. Just want to make sure that we're able to avoid them. Sorry, with the wind it's hard to listen to what the radio is saying, so I just want people to keep us updated about that particular female. I think it was just here where the lion was. Sorry, Darren. I was there, maybe somewhere around here. Let's just slow down a little bit. As this male lion was somewhere. He's right next to the road. I don't know. Just here? Nope. Maybe the next bend around the road. It's a bit of a blind corner coming from this direction. I think it's right here. His head is up. Well, that's easy. All right, lion. Sorry. We just need to go through. Sorry, carry on sleeping. The rest of the family members still lying down, all pretty happy. Just going off-road so that I give enough space to the lions. Wee. As you were. Alrighty. Should be there in less than 10 minutes. Seems like JP is focusing on the strange little things, so let's head over to him and find out what he's watching.
We're still on our sugar ants and just watching what they are up to. Trying to see also if there's any aphids that they are actually wanting to milk at the moment for that little sugar-like secretion that they produce in return for the protection which the ants will provide to them. Let's watch and see what he gets up to. So if you were wondering what the flowers are, they're belonging to that of a red bush willow. We've noticed that there's a number of different insects which is actually responsible for pollinating these flowers. Some of them has been bees. We've also seen a number of ants climbing over these flowers, as well as flies that has been attracted to these flowers. Insects is probably one of the most important pollinators out here. However, there's also a small number of mammals which is responsible for pollinating plants, especially so in the Fynbos home of South Africa and the Western Cape region. We find a number of ground-growing proteus species, which is almost exclusively pollinated by a number of different mice. Up here in the northern parts of South Africa, we also find a straw-colored bat, which is also responsible for pollinating baobab trees. There's also a belief that giraffes tend to be responsible for pollinating knobthorns. However, that's recently been disproved. And they reckon that the giraffe is far greater plant or flower predator than that it does any good in the form of pollinating plants. Yeah, these absolutely stunning little flowers, and I've just been absolutely amazed in the last month after we had our first little bit of rain, how many beautiful little flowers started coming out. And quite often, the majority of my work has always been done on vehicles, and this year I've been so fortunate to be able to work mostly on foot during the springtime. Quite often, when we are busy with looking for content, we also cover big areas where we don't find anything, and quite often we have to take a little break and sit and see what else we can find. It's normally during those moments that we take a break and just sit still when we all start noticing all the little beautiful things. I've also especially started noticing that Craig is pretty good with spotting small things as well. And quite often, he in the backup also brings those things to my attention when we're out here. Good afternoon, Blaze. I'm just going to ask for final control to just repeat that question for me again, and then I will try and answer it for you. Blaze, I'm going to tell you quite honestly, I won't have the ability to do that. So that's probably a very, very tricky thing to try and do when you try and separate males and females from many of the different insects. What we also find is quite often when people are looking at insects, they will actually say, oh, that one over there is larger, and automatically assume that it's actually older. The reality is quite often larger insects are just insects that actually has received more food or had access to more food during their early development. So quite often it's also tricky just to judge animals on their age based on size, and especially so with elephants. I quite often will hear guys telling me that elephant is so old, or so old. And the only real way that you can actually determine the age is by looking at the molars. Everything else, that's just a judgment based on experience. And it's also just a ballpark figure when people normally bring things to, or put ages to things, except if you've been on the property long enough to know that certain animals has been born at a specific time or year. Well, there's something else that I've noticed over here. It looks like if it's young little elegant grasshoppers. I'm not 100% sure. They're right over here. But as we are looking at them, let's go and see what Ellie is up to.
That's how done. And I kept on coming.
Sorry, she's moved into the block, and Michelle suspects it's Klalamba, but we have no visual or no tracks coming onto the road. So actually just want to go a little bit further ahead, just check that she hasn't crossed further or that she went somewhere else, and then we're gonna go back up the same road. I thought maybe she was behind us, and then we're gonna go up the same road and then check. There don't see any tracks on the road. Let's just see if maybe there's any dog. There hasn't been one animal making an alarm call or anything. Here. Let me just check down here quickly. I don't think this leopards walk down here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to reverse here. Just wanna go back up and check through there again. Hopefully we'll be able to find her. Would be great if she came walking down the road too. The other day when we followed her, and they tend to be creatures of habit, she walked down this road, she went through the block, walked down the road, carried on all the way, unless she's trying to be quick and then she wants to cut across the block, which might be quicker for her, but also didn't see any tracks of her crossing Weaver's Nest. Just go back. Fingers crossed. Somewhere. Come, little cat. Thought I'd seen some tracks there. today I cannot. So I'm trying to follow up with a leopard. So if I become stationary now, my chances of finding it are close to zero. So I cannot remain stationary. If I don't find the leopard, then I can't keep the content of the show. So please also trust that I know what I'm doing.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We just watched the wasp disappearing down this hole, and it seems if it maybe have dragged something down there with it. So quite often what we do find is that a lot of wasp species will actually target a host, which will inject with a venom to paralyze it, and then afterwards inject the egg inside that live host so that its young can develop from the live host. We're going to see if our wasp is going to pop out. So a few of the interesting things that I have read in the past is that some of these eggs actually have the ability to duplicate itself. Once it's been injected into a caterpillar, it will determine the body mass of that specific host, and then based on that it will duplicate itself over and over, knowing that it can raise a number of young, or total number of young, successfully from that specific caterpillar. We see that they also will quite often parasitize spiders. And especially over here, we've got a large iridescent blue-colored spider hunting wasp. And I love watching them hunting baboon spiders. And it's amazing how strong these wasps are and how far they can drag their prey until they get back to that hole. We also see that certain species actually have tiny little sensors on their feet, and that they will then do is actually detect vibrations of their preferred host underneath the bark of a tree, and then inject an egg right through that bark into the live host. We also find that certain plant species have also developed a cunning ability to actually deal with caterpillars. And when caterpillars start actually feeding on these plants, they will actually produce a chemical that is similar to the scent of those specific caterpillars. And in response to that, a large amount of wasps will then be attracted to that plant and remove the caterpillars for the tree. Well, we're just going to hang over here a little bit longer and see what's going to happen, and I really hope that that wasp is going to come out. Parasitism is actually one of the most interesting of all the symbiotic relationships out here. And that's followed then by mutualism, which is my second favorite symbiotic type of relationship. And we find that mutualism, where both animals will generally benefit, actually has often derived from parasitism, where the one species will be exploited, and in return the other species evolve a strategy to parasitize or exploit that other organism in return. It's not only restricted to insects, we also find it quite often in a number of different bird species. And one of those bird species which I found earlier on this afternoon is a great spotted cuckoo. And they specifically will come and target species such as starlings as well as crows in this area. And there's a large amount of different species of starlings that do nest around here. What they simply do is they come and lay their eggs in the nest of their host, and then the host species will raise the chick for them. Well, it seems as if our wasp is not going to come out there, and he's going to remain in there. Maybe we're just going to give him a little bit more space, and he actually might pop out. Well, we're going to hang around here a little bit longer and see if he pops out. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Lauren is up to.
Monitor, so I'm just going to talk about the view and the scenery. We're not having much luck on our side. Hyena Den was not active. And no signal with Mrs. Wig, I'm afraid. So we are just figuring out where to go next. I'm not sure where I want to go. I'm just going to drive and see where the wind takes me. Quite literally. And we just thought we'd give you some lovely views of all the landscape around us. It's quite funny because on the southern side, on my right-hand side, it's actually quite green. Looking quite lush. I mean, not summer lush, but it's getting there. And as you go across Mamba Road and you sort of go to the northern side, which is my left-hand side, it looks a little bit barren. It looks way more winter and not quite ready for summer. It's interesting how some areas flourish quicker than others. It all depends on the sort of location, where, at what point you are in the Katina, how the water is going to lie, how the water is going to run off. Connie, elephants move. I wouldn't call it a migration, they move. They have their own sort of roots in their head, and depending on the season and the availability of resources, they will in fact move. The matriarch will lead the herd. So I guess you could call it a sort of migration route to some extent for the elephants themselves, but they're not actually migrating, if that makes sense. They will utilize specific areas time and time again. And it's those areas that deliver. So they move. They're very mobile. They're not territorial. So they move great distances. And it depends on what elephant you're really talking about, because, of course, you get the desert elephants in Namibia that have a completely different lifestyle, mainly based on the movement of water. And then you get the elephants of the Lowveld. Then you get elephants up in the Masai Mara. Same species, just different environmental conditions. But they don't make a huge migration, if that makes sense, like the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. But they absolutely will take predictable routes. Okay.
Look at that. It's amazing. Wow. Hey.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Live.
Oh, that's cool. Just in there.
And the black mamba's going up the tree and the mongoose is attacking it.
She's gonna pounce again.
Sure, you can all agree with me. It's not a bad start to our Wednesday morning.
Something that I have never seen before in my entire life that you are now watching live.
Look at that. It's just beautiful. Fantastic display by a little herd of springbuck.
How is this view?
My heart is in my mouth, everybody.
Amazing, they've locked their tusks together. You can hear the cracking branches.
It is so incredible to spend this time so close to an African penguin, and it's completely unfazed by my presence whatsoever.
How insane is that animal?
Amazing.
Awesome. It is fantastic to watch.
Well, now we've got a tug of war between mom and daughter, look.
I'm just at a loss for words. I mean, that's just incredible to see that.
Still just sitting here making a plan. I think I want to bumble a little bit north and come in that way. See if we can catch any activity. That golden glow is being cast across the landscape. Okay, we're going to bumble on, see what else we can find, and we're going to send you guys over to Ali.
Well, sometimes dividing and conquering and carrying on does pay off. We've got Lalamba right here next to us, which is pretty great. Because we haven't been able to keep up with her much, considering the area where she's been in, where she's keeping her. So she is headed in the direction of the den, roughly, but we're still far away, so we can still keep up with her for quite a while. So I just want to be able to move around here so that we can have a view of her. Seems she went down to Treehouse Dam for a drink, which was fairly brave of her, because little does she know that there's an entire pride of lions just behind the dam wall. Or not the dam wall, just the dam. She's looking full. She's looking like she's had a good meal as well. Hello, Mama. You look good. Full of milk. Oh, your baby's hungry. Oh, she's just gonna go straight in front of us, and then in front of us there is a big game path. So she's connected from where she was. She was just sand marking on the one tree, and then maybe she'll use this path to carry on going. She's roughly heading in the direction of the Molowati. We're still far from it, but I suspect that she's gonna go back to suckle her cubs at some stage. Let's just see. Oh wonder if she's actually hunting. She is also gazing and stopping and looking. So, but she does seem like she's eaten recently. There she goes. There was a herd of impala around, so I wonder if that's not maybe what she's stopping and listening. But she's kind of like half-hearted interested, isn't she? Not particularly too bothered with everything else, and she's just walking behind the Djuma vehicle, and she's going to carry on. It's not too much of a patrolling mission. She did send Mark on one tree earlier on, but not anymore, so I'm just going to go around here and then see. James, you're saying it's fantastic to see our princess. Oh, just this going to. There's just a stump here that might leave a scratch. I agree with you. It is pretty cool to be able to keep up with her. Ooh, a hole. I've got PTSD from this morning. And she is walking at quite a steady pace. So I wonder if maybe she doesn't have a kill somewhere, and that's the reason why some of the vultures were coming down that silver eye lioness was looking at. Maybe she can sniff the lions, and that's why she's also trying to put some distance between her and Treehouse Dam, because the wind is blowing from that direction, so it could have easily carried the scent of the lions to her. Try to get around here. Just want to go quicker. Let's try and put Darren in a good position. I'm just going to swing. Unfortunately, there's a car. I was gonna. Okay. I think we both had the same idea, which is a problem. I'm gonna go this way. It's almost like the curtains of a theater opening and closing, what we're doing now to try and both of us get all of our guests and viewers to have a view of Lalamba walking by. And then, of course, just at the last minute, she diverges and she goes into a different direction. Oh, hello. Just going in front of us, and then she'll pop out on the other side. There she is, a little bit of scent marking. So you see that urine spraying. She's just making sure that everybody, all of the other female leopards that might be around this area, know that this is her territory. Lee, I don't really know how many leopard sightings I've had since I've been at Djuma. I don't really count them. But I think it's been quite a successful stint, this one. I've seen a lot of very interesting things from small to big. But yeah, I don't really have a number. Am I supposed to count to 5? Okay. Sorry, just having some issues with our radios. I just go a little bit quicker. Get her coming towards the road. Watch out, Darren. Which way is she gonna go? I mean, she's gonna come there. Just not 100% sure in which direction, because it seems like the path diverges there and then goes Either to the right of the tree or to the left of it. You see, she's scent marking some more.
I think if a good job would drive past the Park House Road, I will guide you in. There's a drainage line that is coming from the north to the south. It's moving parallel.
She's on a cat on a mission, this one. Glad we actually managed to catch up with her, or that Michelle managed to relocate her again, because we were on the right track of where she was going to go, but she just hadn't gotten there yet. Sorry, the car's just going to be behind us. Oh, she's going to scent mark here. Maybe Darren will get that beautiful scent of popcorn. Let us know if it smells, okay? Oh, hello, pretty cat. Just please don't go through the drainage. Just go into the road. She's going straight into the drainage line of Ingwe Alley, and then she goes in there. Then it becomes hard to follow. But she is walking in that direction. If she just carries on veering off a little bit like that, we might just be lucky. See, you can just tell Lauren that she needs to go on the road that goes on the southern edge of Treehouse Dam towards Shibamu. And then she'll find all of them on the road there. They're just behind that big termite mound. Sorry, it seems like Lauren's radio isn't working properly, so we just needed to give her some direction.
At the southern side of Trout, they're just southwest of Trout, very close to it. Okay, copy the Savage's track.
Just don't carry on going that way. So the drainage line is in front of us, but we know her den is in that direction, so I'm hoping that she obviously doesn't want to be seen by many things when she doesn't really mind. Like the last time when we followed her to the den initially, she just walked all the way on the road. But I think today is a little bit different, perhaps because it's windy and she keeps looking back. So I wonder if perhaps she didn't pick up the scent of the lions, and then she's like, I'm just gonna walk away. And if you come into an area where it's a little bit thicker and you can zigzag a lot, well, it's harder for the lions to find you rather than if you're walking down an open road.
I
think she's gonna come here. We're just gonna stop for now. Guy Doogie, she does. She actually led us to the den a couple of days ago, maybe last week even. So we know she's got cubs. We don't know how many or how old because nobody's actually seen the cubs yet. But she does have little ones, and I suspect that's exactly where she's going because her milk pouches seem quite full. So maybe she's been out on a hunting mission during today. And now it's time to go back and then look after her little ones. Alright, I can't go forward because there's a stump there, so I'm just going to go around.
After all these years of watching WildEarth just on your computer, you can now watch it through your connected TV, your Apple TV, or your Roku box. And if you're like me, you're always on the move, then go download the mobile app on your app store and watch it from your phone.
Helping kids to fall in love with nature is critical. Our future depends on it. WildEarth has had the opportunity to take many children from all over the world on safari, some from right here on our doorstep.
Welcome to those of you watching from Hananani Primary School, just outside Dixie Village.
They love like learning about nature because now we're having like a crisis of like rhino poaching. We all need each other, so it is very, very important for the kids to learn about animals, on how to save them or even to protect them.
My favorite animal is an elephant because they are very cute, although they're eating the trees or the plants, but they are still very cute to me.
The way they explained the animals, asking questions, and we saw our names on the screen, it was so exciting.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed. I believe I am the scenery feed today. So we are, well, Owen can't take any responsibility for that, just giving you spectacular views of the sunset. My goodness, I'm mesmerized by it. I can't stop looking at it. It is so whole. So, we're gonna sit here, guys, and enjoy it. If you want to have your own little pusa stop, please do so. Bunny, I know. It's amazing. It's something that I think we all take for granted, you know, the sunrises, the sunsets. But even if you've had a difficult day, with every sunset, you know there's going to be an amazing sunrise around the corner. We're going to lose it soon. It's going to be over very quickly, sinking into the layer of clouds. Okay. We're not going to quite get to see it sink, but for now, over to Kalamba.
So she's carried on walking, and she is just walking through the blocks. She hasn't taken one road, but we are approaching Chelapan. We're not too far from there. And safe to say that she's going back to her den. But we're still far, so we can still follow her, and we will follow her until we can't follow any further. Because who knows what might happen. She might get interested in hunting something and then be delayed. That would be pretty epic. Oh, it's getting a little bit thick here. I don't know how I'm going to get off. There she comes. I just want to see where she goes. So I suspect I might have to reverse out of here. We should start taking bets. How many cubs do we think Lalamba's got? Like, my hope would be 3. But actually, I suspect she might only have 1. I don't know why. Ideally, she would have 2, and then that would be a great average in between all of us. Of course, now she's going to go onto the road. Okay, anyway, just go down here. It's just, I think it's a bit more space through here. I'm hoping she is walking on the road because it's getting tough to follow here. There she comes. Ian, I don't know how many times a leopard can mark, but roughly when they go patrolling, they'll send mark every couple 100 meters or so. Was she eating some grass there? I don't know, maybe she was eating some grass there because she all of a sudden stopped. Or maybe she's trying to get something out of her.
Yeah, friend, can you please clarify that?
Almost seemed like she was eating some grass. They do that sometimes just to replenish maybe some gut bacteria, or if something is not doing too well in their intestines, they might eat the grass or eat the stomach contents of their prey species. I don't think she's eating grass, is she? Let me just go forward. I don't know. It's going to be much of a muchness. Let's just wait for her to come out from behind that guari bush, because if I go the other way, there are enough trees that won't be able to show us where she is, and maybe if I go back, there's another car and we're going to be in their way. So let's just give it 2 seconds. Do you think forward? Yeah, she'll come. Well, she's been coming, so there's no reason why she wouldn't.
Maybe a meter.
Back or forth? Okay, let's see, maybe. Okay. Perfect. And we thought we were gonna get a clear view. That worked out. So she's just stopped and she's doing some grooming. So I suspect what's happened is that she's picked up a lot of things while she's been walking. And then unfortunately, they get in the way, they start annoying them. Sometimes they also pick up thorns or little paper thorns in between their pads and their toes. And that just bothers them. So they stop and then they get rid of those things and then they carry on. She's walked far, actually, like all things considered. A good maybe, well, I don't know where she's come, but like she's done quite a roundabout loop of maybe 2-3 Ks. Now she's cleaning herself. She did have what it appeared to be like some mud on her chin, probably from where she was drinking close to the dam. And she was surprisingly close to those lions. I mean, they were not far. They were just behind the dam. So where she went, even if they had seen her, they wouldn't have really been able to do much to her. But I think maybe she sniffed them, and then that's why she wasn't too happy with that. Millie, you are correct. Leopards and lions' tongues are very rough. So if you've got a domestic cat, or if you've ever had a domestic cat and you felt their tongue, that's basically what it feels like. So the tongues are not smooth like ours. Their tongues almost act as a comb for when they're grooming, just trying to get rid of anything that might get lodged in their coat. But also they're rough because when the leopards start eating something, and the lions as well, they use their tongues to try and get the meat off of the bone. So if it were smooth, they wouldn't create that friction that would then allow them to pull that off the bone. But because it isn't, then they're able to do that. Looking quite funny. I wonder what it is around here that she's... Because it's definitely not the vehicles. I mean, she's been seeing vehicles basically since the day she was born, so she's very used to us. I don't think she's paying that much attention to us, but maybe there's something in the wind that's bothering her, and that's why she keeps stopping and sniffing. Maybe she can hear something in that general direction that she's unsure of, and that's why she's keeping attention there. She is very pretty. Little princess. You've been hard to keep up with, haven't you? Hopefully she'll make it. She had a litter of cubs a while back, but she unfortunately lost the cubs of that litter. It was her first litter, so sometimes they struggle with their very first ones because they don't really know what to do. Yeezy, I don't know how many spots a leopard has on average. I suspect it's around 1,000 at least, but I am not sure what the average number is for leopard spots. I would imagine it's quite a bit, or rosettes, we should say more correctly. Or are we counting all the spots that form a rosette? I suppose then it's a lot more if we count them that way. And as you may know, all leopards have an individual spot pattern, so all the spots and all the rosettes are different from one another. So you can recognize individuals just by looking at their patterns. No two leopards will be the same. And sometimes for other IDs, we use the spot patterns on top of their whiskers. So you'll see that the cats, even the lions, will have a different combination. Some will have like 2 spots on top of their whiskers on the right-hand side, 4 on the left, or 3 and 2, and so on and so forth, the combinations. What is there? She's, don't know what it could have been there that got her attention. Maybe we didn't drive past any impala on this side, and we know that the lions are quite far away from here, so unless it's another leopard or maybe a hyena, I can't really tell what it is that she's looking at or that caught her attention all of a sudden.
Recently, WildEarth viewers around the world experienced the birth of a brand new hippo.
Oh, look at the way it's walking. Oh, guys, this is so precious.
This tiny calf has started its life in a large lake next to an award-winning game lodge called Djuma. If you sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer before the 1st of December 2021, you and a friend stand a chance to win a 3-night stay at this award-winning luxury lodge. Along with unwinding on the deck and relaxing in the pool, you may even catch a glimpse of this brand new hippo whilst on one of their unforgettable safaris. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. Do you dream of traveling to a far-flung wilderness location where life continues as normal? A place where you can escape to nature and breathe. If you become a WildEarth Explorer, then this could soon become a reality. Subscribe today and stand a chance to win regular travel prizes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at this. The little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, Corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
What fascinates me most about the animal circle of life is the intricacies between the large and the very, very small. I mean, it's very easy to go out there and find the large. Once you found the large, the cascading effects down to the small absolutely fascinates me. Alertness and situation awareness is by far the #1 aspect for protecting ourselves out on safari.
Catch up with the guides daily here on Wild Earth.
Yeah, I saw the hole, but also I was worried about the tree. Oh, come on. Are we gonna make it? Don't know where Tlalamba is now. I see the hyena. Oh, she's gone past, of course. Obviously not interested. I'm gonna end up with one leg far more developed than the other one with this clutch. So there's a hyena running there. Let's follow the hyena for a bit, because they're both going on to the same area. And there's no food involved, so there's not going to be much of aggression happening. It's also a young hyena. And then Tlalamba's just gone out of her way. I don't know if you want to maybe... Oh yeah, you are. Never mind. I would guess that's who she is, but... Oh, and she's right here on the tree. Actually, I hadn't even seen Tlalamba on the tree. Can you see her on the tree? I thought she carried on going, because the guy said to us that she had carried on going. Sorry, I did not notice that you were on the tree. Zero situational awareness. I thought the hyena had carried on walking, but I wouldn't have pegged you to go up a tree for such a little hyena. But maybe she knows that she's in a vulnerable state and she'd rather not risk it. That was very funny. I did not see her doing that. But as I said, maybe because she's going back to her cubs and then she knows she cannot really afford to get injured, because it's not just her that depends on herself right now, but there are others, hopefully, that do. Then maybe the best thing was to avoid aggression, even if it was just with a little hyena. Tlalamba is quite feisty. I wouldn't have pegged her, for one, to shy away from conflict with a hyena. Just want to go around here. Sorry. I'm gonna go quickly onto the road. Andreas, yes, the leopards will try to avoid the lions. I think this is what's happening in this instance with Tlalamba, that she might have sniffed the lions and then she's just moved away from the area that they were in, because she's not really interested in bumping into them. She's gonna cross the road here and she's gonna go into the Molongwati. I think this might just be one of our last views of her, depending where she goes. But if she carries on going in this general direction, then we know she's headed back onto the den, in which case we're not going to follow her. It is also getting dark, so if she was going back to the den, then we wouldn't follow her anyway, even if the den was open, just because it's a sensitive sighting. And if there are little ones, well, and if it's dark, you can imagine. So hopefully we'll be able to get a couple more views of her, but I think our sighting of her might just be coming to an end. I think I'm actually, I don't know which way I'm gonna have to go. Maybe if I go around this side. Let me just... Oh, James Richard, I agree with you. Like, I'm also desperate to see her take her little ones out and about. It would be so epic. But I think we're still slightly far from that. I'm not sure how old her little ones are yet. Like I said, we know they're there, we just don't know how many there are. Or how old they actually are, because nobody's actually had a view of them. So I'm just trying to get into the Molowati from here, because I suspect she'll be somewhere around here. And I think I off-roaded here recently. Yeah, so we can go down here. Just hold on, Darren. I just don't know at what stage of the Molowati she's gonna cross into. Here. We had to go quite far north from where she was. I think maybe let's wait here. Brody, well, they are totally comfortable with human cars, let's put it that way, because we wouldn't be able to follow her like we have on foot, because she would definitely not be too happy to have humans around her. She probably would have reacted a little bit more aggressively than what she did with the hyena. So I thought she was coming somewhere around here. I don't know, maybe she's going to walk behind us. I don't think so, but considering that she carried on moving in sort of the direction where she was, we know that she's eventually, or she's heading towards the den. So I'm gonna go up the road, see if maybe we bump her down there somewhere, but if we don't, then I think we're just gonna leave it. We've had a very good sighting of her, and at least we know that she's doing well and that she's keeping up with everything, which is pretty special. And that and then to the little ones. I don't know where she would have crossed though. I would have thought it would have been a little bit further north from where I am right now, but maybe she already crossed. I mean, because she came into the drainage and then just carried on, and we can't really go into the drainage from any point. So I think maybe she's just carried on. So I'm not going to carry on following her. I'm not going to go into that area there. I think I'm pretty much going to leave. But hey, at least we managed to keep up with her, which was quite nice. She is a very pretty leopard. She even climbed up on a tree without us noticing, which was very funny. Oh, let's see. I do suspect that she's gone down. Let's just see. I want to go around just in case, but I'm pretty sure that she would be gone by now. Let's just go around just in case, but I think she's gone onto the den, so we're not going to follow her there. She can just carry on and be at peace if she's going towards the little ones. And we're potentially going to go look for something else, because I know Lauren is with the lions, so maybe we're going to take some of the other roads, maybe go check up on Mrs. Wig, see if she's around there, because I haven't seen her in the dark yet, so might be nice to catch up with her, because I also haven't seen the chicks. I've only ever seen her incubating her eggs, so let's see, maybe we'll get another sighting of them. Oh, I didn't mean to change the right channels, because I've got a coma. Oh, what is happening? I'm leaving the lock of Lalamba. She's carried on mobile towards Nyala Road. Alright, let's just see. Shreya, one of my favorite topics of discussion is animal behavior. I suppose it's one of the reasons why we do this job, because it's all about piecing together a puzzle. Animals just don't do things just because they feel like it, or without any forethought or strategy. There's always a reason why they act or they do certain things. They're incredibly clever creatures too, with really amazing problem-solving abilities, the vast majority of them anyway. So to me it's fascinating just seeing them and being able to see what they're doing and why they're acting a certain way. Like, for example, like this morning with the vultures just dropping, it's fascinating because you know some of the reasons, but you don't know until you see it. And unfortunately, well, Wendy broke down and then we couldn't carry on searching, but I'm pretty sure that if we had free range of traverse and so on, we would have found a kill somewhere. So and then Tlalamba walking the way that she was, constantly stopping, looking back, or even now when she bumped into the hyena, there's always a reason why. She wouldn't just growl. There's got to be a point to it. So I think that's perhaps my most fascinating topic of discussion in the bush, is why animals do some of the things that they do.
After all these years of watching WildEarth on your computer, you can now watch it through your connected television or Apple TV or the Roku box. If you're like me and you're always on the go, you can also download the app onto your device and watch it on your phone.
WildEarth knows it is critical to help as many young people as possible to connect with the natural world. We hope that by bringing the wilderness to our future conservationists, we will inspire a love for nature and perhaps plant a seed which will flourish in the future. Over the years, kids from countries all over the world have joined us on safari.
I really enjoyed learning about the leopards and the cubs and how they hunt and live.
We got to see different types of antelopes, and we also saw our male lion's tracks.
I got to learn about like different types of animals in their natural habitats.
It was like we were on a real safari, so it was kind of cool. We got to see a lot of unique animals.
That whole safari live video just inspired me to fulfill my dream of becoming a safari guide as well.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want. The wildebeest cross is trying. The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
services track. There's a mobile here. I don't know if it was your vehicle. Which mobile?
Sorry about the tech incident, everyone. Seems like funny things are happening today, but at least some of the lions and the leopards are coming to greet us, so at least there's a 50-50 involved for everyone. Every time I drive around this damn wall at night, I'm kind of hoping that I'm going to bump into Mulwati, like, you know, just a brief sighting of it, like running across the road or something like that. But I haven't yet been lucky. I've actually only seen him once, I think. And it was at night in one of the safaris that we were doing at Djuma, and it just came on front of the... Oh, now it's working. It came in front of the dam cam, well, just underneath the dam cam, really, and then it was just like all hiding and like leopard crawling, and then it just went off and never saw it again. And yeah, that's the only time that I've ever seen him. Alright, let's go up here. Onto Central Road. I don't know if the lights are gonna do much, but let's keep them on just for now. Maybe they'll help us out. Tricky question. Sometimes they have been seen to allow older and weaker lions to feed on kills, or just allow them the space to feed without bothering them. But lions won't be like wild dogs, where they, for example, they will take food back to a member that's perhaps incapacitated or cannot walk or cannot hunt or whatever the case it might be. Sometimes if two females are very strongly bonded together and one gets injured, you'll see one will try to keep her company and lag or stay with her as much as possible, but they won't necessarily or actively help all of the weak or injured ones in their pride. Lions are pretty almost like stoic that way. You know, if somebody's injured, you gotta kind of carry on or you just fall behind type of thing. So they can help each other, or they can show some sort of empathy towards another at a certain level, but it's not something that they're known for doing consistently. Just hold on there. Diana, no idea what happened to the yellow-billed hornbill. I haven't been around this camp for a very long time, so I'm not sure what happened to it. They might just be around. We currently just have an invasion of monkeys that steal spoons and cups and food and pretty much anything else. So they're not our favorites, because they just really make a mess of everything. But there are two red-billed hornbills that have kind of taken to living close to where we are, and I think maybe those are the new ones. Also, we used to have a tortoise, a Specs henchback tortoise that lived around camp called Gregory, but also haven't seen it in ages. I don't know if Gregory just moved off and never came back. I think I'm gonna just have to stop for a second to get the spotlight out, because we've got a bunch of things here. So I'm just going to be able to take some things out. I'm getting cold, so I'm going to put my second jersey as a blanket. I really am a granny at heart. Let's just see. Okay, we got the spotlights. Maybe things will come out. Not sure what a fast 5 is, Mel, so... Come on, little scrub here. So I can't really cue that because I don't know what it is. Alright, so if you guys want to play a game, suppose you can send in your questions, and FC is going to choose 5 questions that I will have to answer in under a minute. So go. Whenever you guys are ready, send them through, and then FC will send them through to me. Thank you. Seems like everyone's wishing for good luck and to find certain things out and about, so that would be delightful if we did. Doesn't seem like there's much happening down here. So we're just gonna make our way slowly towards Mrs. Wig, and then hopefully we will have signal down there. We're still at a certain distance, but I think maybe that would be a nice sighting for the evening. What are those eyes down there? I don't know if maybe there's an impala. I suspect it is an impala. Let's see. Yeah, it seems like there are some impalas, so I'm not going to shine the light at them. They're also not in an easy position where we can put the infrared on and see what they're up to. Whoop. So I'm just gonna... Oh, they're actually not impala, they're nyala. They do like this area. A lot of them come down towards the Molawati quite often. Is that a... Can you just put the camera on there? I think that is actually... There's an impala lamb that is there. Yeah, we're gonna go into IR. But it's not switching on. Yeah, you see just there. So the light that you're seeing, it's actually dark. If we look with our own eyes, you can't see it there. But I think... I don't know if it's a steenbok or an impala lamb. It's an impala lamb. Oh, hello, little one. So I was right. So I would imagine that this impala was born not too long ago, just maybe a couple of days ago, and then the mom is somewhere around feeding, because as we've been saying, when the mothers are ready to give birth, they disassociate themselves temporarily from the main herd, and then they give birth normally in secluded, very thick areas where they can leave the little ones in safety when they go and they start feeding. So I'm not going to stick around. And it's also a small and vulnerable creature. It's not affected at all by us being here, but, you know, rather let's be sensitive to the impala lamb and then just carry on. I think the mother is probably just behind those trees, but I'd rather not stay here for too long, because it's not too far from the area where Lalamba would like to walk. So who knows, maybe she would take a little baby impala to her baby leopards. Wouldn't put it past her. She is a sneaky cat like that. maybe what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down and then back into the Molowasi just to avoid any potential issues with the signal. So I'm not sure how it will handle it from here. Alrighty, so the first 5 are on. So Mel's going to tell me the questions and then she's going to timer and she's going to time me on the answer. Do I get extra points if I answer before a minute, or do I have to answer for as long as a minute? Because if I don't know the answer to one of the questions, then it's a pretty quick thing. As long as we get brownie points, then bring it on. Benson, you're wondering what a career highlight for me so far has been. I think one of my career highlights was finding my very first leopard den. It was a very incredibly special moment, and it was just before I left one of the lodges that I used to love working at. And the female leopard that I was following eventually led me straight back to her den, and she called out her cubs while we were at the den, and it was pretty spectacular. So she had 2 little cubs. It was a Scotial female of Lion Sands. Ever. And that to me was one of the best things ever. And I was amongst the first people to ever see those cubs. Oh, there are a bunch of people here. And to see her previous litter as well. I don't think I can go the way I intended to go, so I'm just gonna have to go around. Hopefully not kill anyone in the process. Hello, sorry. Bye-bye. Enjoy. So it was quite an inconvenient junction to have drinks. That's kind of in my way. Oh well. Alrighty, time's up for question number 1. Question number 2, bring it on. Male lions. I don't know. I like big male lions that roar. I think that's maybe. I like big male lions that roar. I think that's maybe my standard. So if they're not really good roarers, then they're not really in my good books. I suppose the Birmingham males rank pretty high up there. I really enjoyed them when there were lots of them, and then you could just see all of these male lions walking together. It was just something really spectacular. But I can't say that I've ever felt too passionately about female lions, but if I had to choose a coalition, then it would probably be them. It was very cool when we used to have them and they would roar. Woo! Those lions knew how to roar properly. I really enjoyed them. It's too bad that they're not around, or that not all of them are still here. But I'm kind of hoping that, I mean, even if S8 takes over, he's a very cool lion, but he needs more friends. I mean, better than 1 lion is more than 2 lions. So hopefully we'll get new ones. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a tough question, that one. Alrighty, time is up for the male lion question. Also, FC, I have a question for you. Is Lauren with the other lions or not? Because maybe rather than driving, if she's not there, then I might just make my way into that area. the lions, but I'm gonna have to use the radio. Not where they are. I don't know if they've moved. Michelle for Ali. Mish, are you with the Talamatis? Ooh. I'm not sure what this radio is doing. Mish, come in.
Yeah, and Lauren is with the Tal.
Okay, copy. I'm gonna go follow up in the last position that they were in, because I don't think there's anyone with them for the time being, so we'll see if we get lucky, maybe somewhere there. They should come to the water to drink, seeing they're all so close by and they've been sleeping there, so I'm hoping that that's what they're gonna do, if we can find them. Yeah, Well, it seems like the signal is playing games everywhere. The lions have moved from where they last were, and they've carried on moving north. So we'll hopefully eventually be able to head in that general direction, see if we can find them. Otherwise, let's just enjoy the sounds of the night. Sure. Let's finish the fast five. I think we've got 2 or 3 more questions to go. Andreas, you're asking what is the rarest bird that I've ever seen. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not too big into birding, unfortunately. I prefer trees. But I suppose I've seen strange things like Narina trogons, which are not too common and very beautiful birds to see. So I would count them amongst those. Maybe the eastern necator. I would really like to see an African pitta, but I haven't been able to see any of those. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure what is the rarest bird that I've ever seen. I would have to maybe go check on my bird book and then just figure it out, because some birds, I know there was a craze for a cuckoo, a Madagascar cuckoo long ago, and then the wide-throated bee eaters that came into this area a very long time ago, and I would have liked to see those, but unfortunately they were just out of our area of operation. But yeah, not sure what the rarest bird that I've ever seen is. Time is up. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. You're asking if anything took me by surprise at arriving to Africa from Venezuela. Is that the question? Yeah. I mean, many things took me by surprise. I think maybe working in this area, what's actually taking me by surprise are the similarities amongst the Venezuelan and some of the Shangaan culture. There are things that are fairly similar that I grew up with. It's maybe things like hand gestures, or the way you speak to people, or the way you eat certain things, or certain things that you eat. I felt very akin in a way to some of the very inherent things of the Shangaan people. And then even the music, it was very similar to what happened in Venezuela, because of course, as we know, unfortunately, there's a dark history or a dark period in the human history where people thought that having slaves was okay. And then a lot of people from Africa got taken to South America. And in Venezuela in particular, there was a very big mix between all the cultures and all the ethnicities around there. So we are just a big, very, very big melting pot in Venezuela. So maybe that's why I recognize myself in some of the more traditional things that I see out in this particular part of Africa. Laura, you're asking to me what's the funniest thing that's happened to me on a safari. Well, I think there are a couple of funny blooper moments that are quite funny that happen. I think sometimes when you have a lion sneezing or something like that, then people in the vehicle tend to jump and then just get a fright, and that's always quite funny. But I can't think of a moment that would have been like, that was the funniest moment that I've ever had on safari. I mean, I've had elephants also like spraying mud at you, pretending that they're doing things that they shouldn't be doing, or that they're doing something else, and then all of a sudden you just feel like you're covered in mud, and that's quite something. But I think that would be it. Fan Josatolamatis apparently moved north from the dam. Seems like we got to fast 5 down the belt for the very first time. Toto, I would have to say that the biggest tree in Djuma is probably either one of the torchwoods or the jackalberries, although I suspect the jackalberry by Treehouse Dam is probably one of the biggest ones. I don't know if that one, or maybe there's another big one at Gowrie Cutline, which is also like an iconic tree. And I think everybody that drives on Djuma at one stage, everybody says, I would really love to see a leopard up a tree, up that tree. And then there's that, there's that big torchwood from which Brent fell a very long time ago when he was climbing up. So between those two, I don't know which one is bigger.
Does anybody with around Treehouse Dam?
Mike, they were left heading north, so maybe the best way is to go around Philemon's Cutline.
Where exactly?
I don't know where exactly. They headed north from their last position where you had them.
Okay, copy. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm gonna try to check around maybe Philemon's Cutline in that area.
Copy.
Yeah, copy. Thanks, guys. Yeah, myself, I'm gonna check Shibam Road to the north.
If I could take you on a safari all day and night, I would. But unfortunately, it's not always the best time to see the animals. Now, in between safaris, you can watch the WildEarth Channel with loads of extra shows. If you have a connected television, Apple TV or Roku box, then download the WildEarth app. And if not, then just find it on the App Store on your phone.
The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the waste nets that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia miaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Like there are some angry elephants in the distance. Maybe the lions bumped into them. There's a lot of trumpeting. And it's just north of where we are, so maybe the lions headed that way and they bumped into the elephants, and the elephants are not happy about it. That's one of the vehicles that's coming in this direction. Becky, as we were saying earlier on in the drive today, lions are not really afraid of pretty much anything. This is one of the reasons why they sleep lying down in the middle of the road without any fear. Perhaps the only things that they need to be careful of are humans to an extent, because we are unfortunately a threat to them. Then elephants, especially a breeding herd, won't be too happy to have any lions around because they've got little ones and they represent a threat to them. And then, of course, if other bigger things came around, perhaps like something like a rhino or a big herd of buffalo, maybe depending on the situation and the circumstances, they would be a bit wary of them. But other than, I would say, humans and other lions and perhaps elephants, lions are not too faced by many things in life. We're going to send you guys across to Lauren. Seems like she's managed to fight off some of the gremlins at last.
We are sitting on quarantine, broken down. So we're not going anywhere. If these animals do leave, I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. I'm sitting beside Owen. Say hi, Owen. We're sitting in the dark. Is it an impala or a zebra? We had both a while ago, but we probably scared them away, to be honest. So I welcome any questions that you may have for me, because we are stuck. Anything. And we can take it from there. It's been an interesting afternoon. We did have the Talamatis walk right by us, which was... I haven't had a lion walk by in a while, especially at nighttime. And it's nice to see the Talamatis. I'm actually sitting behind Owen, watching life through his lens. It's quite interesting how you guys manage that one. But we are looking at impala. There were zebra here, but I think they've probably been a little bit startled by a car breaking down right next to them. I must say. Quarantine's not a bad place to break down. It definitely could have been worse. Poor Jigga's not been in action for a while. She almost made it, but not quite. Eli, I'm not. We drive around at night time. We drive around a lot in the dark these days. And I'm not scared. I'm on quarantine. I spend a lot of time on quarantine in the dark. We used to go for night bumbles in the dark. We used to do many things in the dark, so definitely not scared, Eli. Marcel's on his way, and we shall figure out how to get home. As long as I have that grape juice waiting for me and Owen's apple juice, we'll be happy. As long as you stay in the vehicle, I'm not going to get off the vehicle. That would be seriously foolish and silly. You don't know what's around you. But I'm not scared. The impala are quite far away, so the visuals are not going to be incredible, but we'll work with it. Louis, you're asking, will DoorDash deliver? I'll just wait till my director confirms that. I'm really sorry, Lou. I've never heard that in my life. I can't answer that question, I'm afraid. I've never heard of DoorDash. I don't know what that is. You are welcome to inform me exactly what that is, though, Louis. The impala all running off. We normally finish with the impala on quarantine, so I guess this is not a bad way to wrap up what has been a seriously interesting drive. This is where we're normally at this time. Our rescue vehicle is behind us, waiting in line to come and see what the issue is. It's always peaceful in quarantine. That's one thing you're going to have, serenity and peace, especially under a full moon. It's windy tonight, though. Okay, well, we're definitely going to sit here and not go anywhere. We're going to let our rescue vehicle come in and hopefully get moving soon.
The reason I decided to buy a ticket to Dream is I really want to experience what you guys experience, see what Lauren sees what BK sees.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part about WildEarth is probably the escape. Just to spend the time pretending you're in the wild and being on those vehicles just removes you from reality for a little while.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
My favorite part about today has to be to meet Mareebs. To see him, obviously, oh, amazing! But to meet Mareebs was amazing. Yawning and just pretending not to see the Ellie. It's beaten my expectations by a mile.
If you love to watch WildEarth, then we are inviting you to join our Explorers program. For a monthly subscription, you will have the opportunity to win fantastic WildEarth expeditions. join our guides for a chat around the fire, receive weekly highlights from our shows, and much more. All the money will go to keeping these live safaris on air, which in turn allows us to escape into nature every single day.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on Wild Earth.
Who knows? Surprised we haven't seen any chameleons yet. Should be out and about. It's been warm enough for them to start revealing themselves. Tammy, I'm not sure why a lot of the insects are attracted to the light. I just know that they are attracted to the light and they'll move around, perhaps because it offers more opportunity of seeing or finding other prey species for other insects. Could be one of the reasons why they are attracted to it. Not sure actually, I've never thought about it as to why they're attracted to light. I would imagine because they can see better to an extent, and then that maybe gives them a better hunting ground if they're hunting for other things that they might eat. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, but I would have to go and double check on that. I actually never even thought about the scientific reason behind it all. Okay, it's this way. Diana, sadly we don't get plantains in South Africa. They are one of the most delicious food sources in the planet, and they're very common around the equator. So in South America and Venezuela, where I'm from, we eat a lot of plantains, and they look very much like a banana, but not quite like a banana. You can actually cook them and they are delicious, especially if you fry them. They make me incredibly happy. But in South Africa, I have friends that have found them, and they've been friends that have found them in certain areas, and then I found a species of them, because there are a couple of different species of plantains in Hoedspruit about a year ago, but that's the only time I've ever found it there. It's actually quite difficult to find it here. Remember when we went to the Congo a couple of years ago on an expedition, the hotel in Brazzaville had like a very big pot of plantains for breakfast. I think I probably ate it all by myself. I was so happy. Oh, that was incredible. Back home we normally have it with the type of like hard white cheese that we make. Huh, that's the stuff that dreams are made of. There is quite nothing like it. I don't remember who it is, but a while back there was a paper that came out that asked that same question: do impalas live in constant fear? And I think what they did was they measured their cortisone levels just to, when you are stressed or when you're worried, we produce a lot of cortisone as mammals. And I'm not entirely sure of the technicalities and how it was done, but apparently no, impala don't always live in fear. I mean, if there's a moment to fear, then they'll get really worried, or they'll get the adrenaline pumping, like if they see a predator, if they've got to run away from a predator, but then after that passes and they go back to a normal state where they're not stressed or heightened or thinking that they're going to be eaten the very next second. So thankfully they're not always stressed. And I think that probably applies to the rest of the antelope species as well. I'll probably go around Gallagher. Lots of ice. A lot of water buck around here. I've had lots of really good elephant sightings. I mean, I think anything that's with an elephant in the water ranks very high up on my list. I think perhaps one of my top most favorite sightings was on a privately guided safari I did to Mana Pools in Zimbabwe, where I finally got to see my first elephant standing on its back legs. It's an elephant that they called Grumpy. It's not the biggest elephant that you get in Mana Pools, and it's certainly not one of those big tuskers, but just to see how effortlessly this, 5-ton creature just got on its back legs just to stretch its trunk higher and then grab the branches of the tree, that was quite something remarkable. It was incredible. It's luckily we got it on video, and then of course he did it, after you see it the first time you're like, oh, okay, cool, and then he did it a bunch of times, but it was spectacular. And even then, I mean, I was back in Mana Pools on another safari this year, and we found some of the elephants that are known to stand on their back legs, but I think because it had been such a good summer season, or such a good previous rainy season, there was still a lot of water in the river, a lot of branches, a lot of trees, a lot of pods on the ground, so at least didn't really have to stretch, or they didn't have to go on their back legs as much to try and get some of the nutrition. So we sadly didn't see them get up, even though we saw the individuals themselves that get up. One of them being Boswell, which is perhaps one of Mana Pools' most iconic elephants, and he's got this massive long tusks, and he's a very cool elephant. Oh, just hold on there. This part of the road is never great. Let's see. Ooh, it just gave me a fright.
Hi, my name is Leslie, and I live in Ashton, in a little town in the Boerland in the Western Cape. Why I started to watch WildEarth is because I actually grew up in Zimbabwe, born and bred there, and I absolutely love that type of country. It just brings me back to my grassroots. My favorite thing about WildEarth is, of course, the animals. We don't get the big five down here, or many of the little five. And I would love to take my little grandson up, who will be 9 next year, perhaps with me on this experience. I'm hoping to steer him into a huge love of wildlife and perhaps even some sort of career in it. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm so looking forward to it.
Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your nature. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Seems like we have managed to find a spotted eagle owl. It actually gave me the biggest fright because it flew off from the road not too far and I just saw something almost flying at us and then I got a fright. Can't tell. I'm between a spotted eagle owl and another rose eagle owl, and I'm saying spotted eagle owl because when I saw it fly away, I saw white legs and then, but those two tears there look very much like a rose eagle owl. Just want to check maybe my reference. I think it's over rose rather. Just because of that dark patches around the eyes. Oh, no. Let's maybe call it a spotty. If there are any birders out there that would like to help us, that'll be great. My eyesight at night is not the great. I do have a bit of astigmatism, so I see things in like a little bit displaced from one another, not in full-on focus at night. So I'm not a great date to a movie night. But let's see, I think we're gonna start heading home. Or not too far, maybe we'll bump into something over here. But we shall see. We'll probably go around Gallagher Pan, maybe there will be a hyena or something there. We could hear lions also calling in the distance, but that sounds very far north into Bufazuk somewhere, so I don't know, maybe there's some of the Talamatis up there. Maybe these guys are going to carry on going in that direction. Somebody else tried to look for them, but seeing they went north into the block, like if they went into that Zoe Rebecca's area, it would be very difficult to find at night because it's very thick. So not an ideal block to follow in. Yes, maybe still find something here. Da Vinci, the area close to Camp called Quarantine is called Quarantine because it was a quarantine area. So before they released wildebeest into the Sabi Sand, they had to introduce them into a boma so that they could get used to the area and then just make sure that they didn't have any diseases. So you put animals in quarantine for a period of time, making sure that they're not going to bring anything from the outside into the inside. So that's why it was called Quarantine. It's a very big open area at the moment. Lots of impala like to live there. And funny enough, everybody's seen baby impala there, but I just haven't. I've seen baby impala now in a bunch of places. Quarantine is just not one of them, which is surprising, because everybody keeps saying they're seeing them there. Maybe they're just hiding from me. These lights even on. Doesn't seem like there are any hyenas around here. They did enjoy this area for a while, but anyway, not too far now. Another little scrub here on the road. Lots of them all around us. Jay and Yusei, and thank you for finding Kalama today. It was my pleasure. I'm very glad we managed to keep up with her, even though it was a bit of a touch and go situation. But very happy that you guys enjoyed the sightings. I think overall we were very lucky today. So at least the sightings held high, even if the signal was not. Oh, there's a little scrub here on the road. I'm just gonna wait for it to carry on because it's a smaller one. So I just wanted to go out of the road. It seems like it's missing an ear. Go, little one. All right, if you shine the light, then they don't go out. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching the show, and I'm pretty sure we will see all of you tomorrow morning for the sunrise safari. Not sure which cars will be out and about, but it'll be an adventure as usual. And thanks for watching. See you guys tomorrow morning.